believe we are now live. Good day, everybody. So, today we're just doing an easy naval mission build on VTOL VR. We're going to hit mission editor down here in the corner. I'm going to go up to campaign editor. We're going to try and do this nice and quick. Campaigns, and we want to do a new mission. This is pretty much our basic system raid all here. Go back and I'll show you real quickly. I did go through that pretty quickly, sorry. So we'll go to our campaign editor first. If you ever want to start a new campaign, go to new campaign and you'll start it there. What will wind up happening is that you'll have a file name. What you want to do for multiplayer is select that. You don't have to worry about the vehicle. If you did want a single player campaign, you have to choose the vehicle. And then all of them will come up here whether they are multiplayer or single player. It will not let you know whether it is multiplayer or single player in that menu until you come here, and then it'll show you here. Going back to our campaign, you can see all the previous and current missions that are up inside the campaign. Everything is saved. Campaign's info and title, description. Here you can upload to the Steam Workshop. If one of your missions does not have a spawn point or description, it'll give you an error, and I'll actually show you that soon. What we're going to do, excuse me, what we can do then is you can actually go through and edit every single mission, but we're not going to do any editing today. We're just going to build a new one. And just like in the campaign, it'll show you every single mission that you have. We're going to select a new one though. All of the maps that I currently have, even the ones you're not using, anything that you've made will be here in the top section. Anything that you've downloaded will be in the Steam Workshop section down here. Let us find, where is my name? Nope, that's not it. We had an open ocean map somewhere. Ah, deep blue. There you are. So, because it's an ocean map, we don't need much. I'm going to start with the smallest. And we'll just call it Open Ocean Battle. We can actually change this later. Now, just checking the Discord real quickly. Yes. And we will be including the Discord and their chat and voice chat in the next video when we do an air battle. But now you can see, once you've created that new mission, even though there's nothing on it, it goes right to the bottom, Open Ocean Battle. We're going to double click on it, sorry. Oh, there's my alarm. Excellent. And then here's the beginning of it. Since there's no land, we're not going to see anything. We can travel as far as we want in any direction. I'm going to keep it right here for right now. If you have a mouse with a wheel, which I believe all of us do, scrolling zooms in and out. We'll actually change how fast you can move on the map as well. Let me real quickly do something to help us out. We're going to change to user interface scale. There we go. That should help everyone see it just a little bit better. So, we'll start from the top left. File, basic stuff, save, save as. If you wanted to save it as something new, it'll still save anything else you had before. You can start a new file, open another file that's already in the campaign, or revert to a previous save, or you can just quit. It'll ask you if you want to save. Scenario info. So here's where we can change it. open ocean battle. We'll enter in a description. Large naval battle in the ocean. Something simple. And then if you wanted to add something like a picture or something, supports PNG and JPEGs, you will have to go into the systems for VTOL VR into the files, go into editor resources and drop whatever JPEG or PNG you want into it. Otherwise it will not be able to see it. It does say down here it can also support OGG, but I don't know what those are. We'll open that. There's our picture. Excellent. RTB waypoints, refuel waypoints, and bullseye waypoints. Currently we don't have anything up that can be used for those, so we're not going to. Budget for the battle. Set the funds available to the player when configuring and rearming equipment. Let's change this to 5,000. I'm sorry, 500,000. And then in budget mode, we have life, slot, and team. Keep it on life, it's for per aircraft. Don't worry about these, keep them as the same. If you want to use infinite ammo to have as much fun as possible, click on infinite ammo. Down here is the reload delay. You can either bring it all the way down to 0, so the instant you guys run out of ammo, it'll just refill it for you. You can also change the fuel multiplier if you want to be a jerk. You can bring it all the way up to 2. Or you can make everyone have a fuel leak the instant they start their engines. Or you can have no fuel. Don't worry about it at all. Today we're going to worry about fuel and infinite ammo and standard ammo and just be pretty standard about it. Up here is the basic time of day functions. We will do our custom time of day and weather at the very end. However, the basic ones are morning, and this is what that's going to look like. Oh, here. Oh, and I'm sorry. If you wanted to use a shortcut to bring up this menu, Control I will do that. I've gotten very used to that. So the morning time, daytime, pretty the same, and nighttime. Yes, most of my maps usually do start during the night. You can also do an optional environment and a custom time of day. Eventually we will do custom time of day, and what we can do here is move it. Oh, let's find where that sun is. There it is. Let's see. What I like to do is play around with it. 601. That looks nice. Here, I hit the wrong button. There we go. 601. That's not too bad. Maybe a little bit earlier. Maybe a little bit later. All those are good morning starts. If you guys know me, usually I'll start you guys somewhere around here and actually have the sunrise on you guys for each mission. You can start it during the night for those very cinematic takeoffs, which we have seen before, and it is absolutely beautiful. You can override the location as well. This will actually change the sun's position. It's very fun to play around with, and I recommend everyone do. However, today, it may have something to do with the date. But we can change it. Let's change it to VTOL's launch day. Excellent. Some movement up there. Wind direction. This is where you all know I have the most fun. Direction the wind will blow goes from 0, which is 360 north, 180 is south, all the way back to 360. '90 is east, and 270 is west. This is just the direction of the wind starting out. And then the wind speed. Let's read this together, shall we? The general speed of the wind in meters per second. Guideline 0 to 2 is calm, 8 is moderate, 15 is pretty high, and 32 is a Category 1 hurricane. We all started having fun with that. 70 is a Category 5 hurricane, and we've had a little bit of fun with that, but not too much. Welcome in Hudson Flynn, and welcome in Dirk Bob. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and message them in. We'll see what you got. Any questions? Sorry. Wind speed, usually I like to start it at 0 to 5. We're going to stay at 0 right now. Wind variation, I don't recommend we start this with a basic one. Pretty much what this is going to do is it's going to change the direction and a little bit of the speed at the same time. This can be anywhere from 2 degrees all the way spinning up to past 360 degrees before it swings all the way the opposite direction. At level 20, it is very, very difficult. It is quite literally being swung around. Gust is just changing the actual velocity. It won't change the direction in the game. Very fun to mess around with because you get those very strong ones, and I highly recommend you play around with it as well. All basic missions, I recommend start with clear weather. Most of you guys are pretty used to it. It gives you the best vision and all that stuff. However, let us play around with it real quickly. This is what a few clouds will look like. How beautiful. Scattered. Broken. Overcast. Foggy gets really low. Rain is fun. Oh. Did I? No, it's supposed to be day. My bad. It's okay to make mistakes. Have fun. Learn. Let's see. So a lot of people understand that this is the basic storm, and I recommend you use this to start out with. It's very fun to fly in. You don't need to have any wind to have the storm. Just practice in it. Just practicing in the low light conditions and not being able to see the carrier until you pass the clouds is quite difficult, and it goes the same with an actual runway. Want a harder one? Go with the actual storm. This will actually put lightning and thunder in, and it is very fun. Let's go back to clear. Excellent. So this scenario info. Control I to bring this up nice and quickly. We'll come back to this a lot more. Global values I don't usually use too much. I know other players do, and I think they should give you a better video or description of them, but because I do not use global values too much, we're not going to talk too much about them. However, you can use them in missions or in conditional settings for victories or defeats. Weather sets. This is where I spend a lot of my time. So what we'll do is I'll show you, we'll do new, and we'll do, let's have just a nice easy one, a Toy Story. And then you can see the clouds. You can change the plane altitude, and this is in meters. The amount of cloudiness, macro cloudiness, and the cloud density. If you want a really nice fog sometimes, or a haze, you do cloud density really low and bring this guy down. But I recommend playing around with this. Sometimes you wouldn't expect a good combination of things out of something, but then it would work. Sometimes you have to play a long time or play around with it for a long time to get what you want. Cirrus clouds, nice and tall. They are the top layer of clouds. They are a two-dimensional layer. Stratocumulus underneath them. They are the middle layer. I will say, however, that the actual cloud plane can go through the stratocumulus layer and just underneath the cirrus layer. So you can cover them up. Precipitation is rain, how much rain you want. This is actually a very good thing to show. As we can see right now, there is no rain over where I am because I'm not underneath a cloud. But now that we're underneath the cloud, I've got rain. Tiny, tiny amounts of details. And it's fantastic. Lightning chance. Pretty self-explanatory. Just the amount of lightning that's going to come out. Takes a few seconds to come in. Oh. You do also have to be underneath the clouds for them as well. Next is fog density. Now fog density gets really intense. Once you hit around, as you can see, 0.48 without touching any other ones, it'll start getting very, very thick. If you want to have a very hard time landing, I recommend using fog density. Anything past 0.6, you're definitely going to have to use the ILS procedures. Very fun to learn, very challenging to land in, but when you do, it is very rewarding. Fog height will actually change the height of it up to the cloud layer. You can bring it down, bring it all the way up, but it only goes up to the bottom of that cloud layer as far as I know. I don't think, nope, it does go above. Can I get above to it? How far can we get it? Well, we can take it all the way up to the top. Sometimes you have to play around with them. As you can see, I'm messing with the fog height or fog fall off and it's not really doing anything. But if we bring this down, we can see something else changes. And this is just pretty much how dense the fog is. Like how much you guys can actually see through it before it falls, as it says, falls off. Fog is very confusing, and I recommend you guys just use regular cloud plane attitude as fog. It's much better, much more fun to fly through a poofy cloud than just haze. I believe that this fog is more so of a haze than anything else. Going to close that guy out. I don't want to save him. We'll come back to the weather. Settings is just the user interface scale. Nice and big. 0.8 is my standard where I can see everything. Today I wanted to give you guys a little bit better of a view before I did anything. View, minimap. Love this guy. Usually it's very helpful when you have a land map, when you have a large land map so you can see where you are on the map. Otherwise, you don't really have a reference point until you start placing units down and you understand what you're doing. Bring this up quickly with Control M. Measure tool with R. Everything is in meters. Everything meters. But it's a nice measuring tool. We will use it a lot as well. I don't usually use recenter too much. Just brings you back to the center. You can repack the map if you've changed it and you want to update this map. Repacking would be used when, let's say on my map, A Tale of Two Cities, I wanted to remove part of the city but still keep the rest of the mission. What I would do is I would bring down I would go to the map editor, and that would be a video for another time. But I would bring down the map editor, and then I would actually change that map, and then I would repack it here so that the map would actually be changed without changing all the units and having to build a whole new mission. Launch scenario, you need a player spawn point, have an error for it, but once you do have that spawn point, it will allow you to fly the entire mission that you guys play and practice it. It's what we usually do. I do that 1 or 2 times to figure stuff out, and then once I get far enough, I do leave it up to you guys in the multiplayer test to finish it off and to find any other bugs, because I cannot do it as quickly as you can. Steam upload, I don't usually do because this is when you just want to upload that one mission instead of the entire campaign. I usually upload the entire campaign as once in case I've done any other changes and I just don't remember them. Help brings up the controls. Love this little guy. A lot of you should probably use it and just keep it in the corner for a while you're starting up doing your build missions. Rotation, right click, and just move the mouse. Zoom, scroll wheel like we said earlier. Cursor movements, going forward. Excellent. Backwards, wonderful. Side to side, everything's working. Shift and move super fast. Ooh, I feel like we can move faster than that though. If you zoom out, you can. Your zoom tells your actual speed. If we look up, you can see that the clouds aren't moving as fast anymore. If we wanted to rotate, Q and E, just like it says. One really nice thing you can do as well, cursor heading down here at the bottom. There's north, takes you right to 0. South, east, west. You can do anything in between as well, and it'll point you in that direction. What you can do as well is if you just want to go in a certain direction but you don't know the heading, point it in that direction and it will tell you that heading. And then new unit, you can hit U. I don't usually do that. I usually just use this little section over here so I know what I have as well. And then change altitude, I just do that from over here. We'll get to that soon. I believe we've gotten the entire top section done now, and then at the top right is the name of your battle currently. For this little tab here, this is going to be our units tab. New unit, we can delete anyone that we make, and all the groups that we have. Groups are going to be grouped up into sections. So you have ground, air, and sea. And then once you actually use once you use a group, such as Alpha or Bravo, that Alpha squad will not be able to be shared on the air or the sea units. So if you have an Alpha ground unit, you can't have an Alpha air or an Alpha sea. Keeps you guys from getting confused, keeps the NPCs from getting confused as well. Welcome back to the units. We've got allied and enemy and a search feature in case you're looking for a specific one. Paths. paths are designed exactly as you expect them for. You want a unit to go on a specific path. You would create a new path, rename it whatever you want, new path, hit new point, and this little yellow ball comes up. Regardless of how far you zoom in, oh, there it is. So this is the point where it starts getting really tiny. Past this point, it'll just stay that same size. When you make a new point, a little line will come up, and it'll give you little arrows. Those little arrows tell you which direction any unit you place on the path will be going in that direction. There's different ones where you can do a smooth one, linear, and Bezier. And we'll kind of go through each one. I don't use Bezier, so I don't know too much about it. But smooth and linear are definitely used all the time. Smooth makes the path nice and smooth. It'll automate any type of curve that you want for it. And for this, you can do for, let's say, a holding pattern for NPC aircraft. If you wanted to, you can also do a holding pattern for carrier aircraft as well. Make it loop, and it'll loop on itself. You can then go back to any other piece, and then you can drag them around, and it'll auto change, so you can get the shape that you want. We'll delete this guy. Waypoint. Let's go to the recenter. Use waypoint. We'll use center of map. Highly recommend every time that you start a map, go to the center of it, and you just put a waypoint down on that center of the map. It's a great orbit point for aircraft, and if you want to have an air-to-air battle where everything can kind of be seen by anyone on the sides, the center of the map is the place to do it. You can move any of the points. You can also change the altitude. So we'll actually come down here. Since we're all ocean, the mean sea level and above ground level are going to be the exact same, and it's in meters, as we can see over here. So we'll say 5,000, center of map. Let's rename it center of map, 5,000 meters. Go back down. We'll drop another one. Sea level. Excellent. And we'll move on. Events. Events is where all the big stuff happen. We will spend a lot of time here today. Excuse me. I'm going to get a sip of coffee real quickly from my very, very delicious mug. And I would like to give a shout out to all my coffee donations, specifically Dirk Bob, who actually paid for this specific cup of coffee today, which is a Death Wish espresso blend, which is delicious. Thank you so much, Dirk Bob. Brainy Cat, you as well. However, your coffee is still in its bag. I haven't used it just yet. So, going back to the event, sorry for the little shout out. Let's get back on track. Timed events is where I have all of my time of day and my weather events. I know some other people won't use timed events and they'll say that they're useless and that sequence is better. Sequence is better for a lot of stuff. However, when you want to have an event that is truly based off of the start of the mission and nothing else other than the time of the mission, timed events are the only way to go. Trigger events are usually perimeter events. If you've passed this perimeter, you've been detected, then this happens. We'll go through a couple of those today as well. Sequence events, we will spend most of the time here. This is where we tell aircraft what to do when they take off, how to land, when aircraft want to respawn, how they respawn. Is it when the whole squad goes down, or if it's when that individual aircraft goes down. Thankfully, we now have a copy feature and a paste feature and a folder feature. Thank you so much, Balance Dynamics. That makes everything so much easier, and hopefully it'll make it a lot easier today as well. Objectives is where we'll have the actual Team A and Team B objectives. Team B is not probably going to have any objectives today, just because it's going to be an all NPC aircraft. What we have is a naval battle, so we'll have a new objective. We'll just show you real quickly, and we'll have destroy enemy ships, and it'll be immediate waypoint, center of map at sea level. We'll put an objective info here later on. Start of event, if you want something to happen at the start of this event or this objective, you would actually have it here. Maybe you wanted some flares or a drone to launch or a timer to start, or a tutorial little message to pop up. You can do that here. Once you've got an event completed, you can actually start another objective from here or another sequence event from here, if it either completes or fails. We don't have any targets right now, but any targets that come up would be actually right here. We can bring it all the way up to 50. Every objective for destroy can only have 50 targets max. So if you want to have multiple, you would have to make a second one and then select those same targets and have those same targets respawn for that objective to actually be completed. We will be doing one of those again today, so we will actually have that. We'll have a demonstration of it. Each one of these is an objective type. Let's go through each one. Pick up. We will literally go and we'll pick up the infantry units. The only units that we can pick up are infantry with a gun and infantry manpad units. We can then have to drop them off somewhere, otherwise you're just going to be carrying them, and that's not fun. They're tired. Let's drop them off somewhere nice. Let's show them. Maximum of targets you can pick up is 50. Minimum required is 1. I have never had a mission or even a thought where I would be setting this all the way up to 50. I assume this is just a bar maximum, same as destroy, but I would recommend keeping most of it down to around 10, maximum 20 if you wanted to do multiple groups. Drop-off objectives would be, you would have a drop-off rally point. So for the drop-off, which can be difficult, you will actually have like center of map. You drop them off at the center of the map, and then they would go to that rally point. You do have to land within 300 meters or however distance is set. It will not tell you in mission unless it's in the objective for that mission what that unload radius is. Minimum required people to drop off. Let's say you only picked up 1 and you dropped off 1. In order to complete that mission, you need to drop off 4. You're going to have to redo that, or you'll have to go get the others. Again, don't have any of those drop-off targets, but they'd be right here. Dirk Bob slayed one with a crazy amount of pickups. He says it sucks. We'll try to keep it low. Fly 2 missions are nice waypoint missions. They're very quick, very easy. Sometimes it's just you doing a patrol or something to actually activate another mission. I've seen it where in other missions people say fly to this point, and depending on how fast you get to the point depends on what objective launches next, and I think that's a very fun way to do that. I haven't done a fly to objective yet, but I'm hoping maybe by the end of this year I'll have one of those. I've never actually used a join objective. Let's read it. Objective is completed when the player flies within a radius of the target unit. Target unit is required. If the objective does not have a waypoint set, it will automatically be set to the target unit. This seems like it is quite literally a formation. Form up on the target and don't destroy it. That seems pretty easy. Land at the objective. It must be to a full stop. I believe you have to be slower than 2 knots, if not fully stopped for a landing objective to be completed. If someone sets it to around 5 to 10 meters, hopefully they're having you land on an oil rig or a helipad with that efficiency. Otherwise, it should be set somewhere around, at minimum, I would say 500 to 600 meters for the airport if you wanted it at the center. Otherwise, most of the time for most airports probably be set around 1200. We'll actually double check that in another mission when we do an air-to-air mission. Going to refuel. Refuel is a fun one for training. Pretty much what you would do is if you have a player aircraft, you set their fuel low, or after a certain amount of time in game that you know that they're going to have low fuel, they have to go to a refueling tanker and then actually refuel their they have to refuel to a certain level before the mission is completed. Usually it's with a tanker. You can do it with land or on a carrier. As far as I know, once your fuel hits that level, they'll be mission complete. Protect objectives are fun. Most of the time, I use them as conditional. If you're starting out, I do recommend a waypoint mode. Um, my favorite part about waypoint mode is you can start your, let's say, your fleet all the way 50 kilometers back, and you have to defend that fleet for a 50-kilometer journey. The ships do not move fast, so that could be like a 30 minute to an hour. I'd actually probably say around an hour battle of you defending stuff as it just keeps spawning in. And you'll have a target. Again, we don't have any units just yet, but all those units would show up, and then that target would have to reach the waypoint. And once it reaches the waypoint and survives, the mission will be completed. You can change the radius. Goes all the way up to 10 kilometers, 10,000 meters, all the way down to 5 meters. Each objective does indeed have information, so if you forget, if I forget, we don't remember, it's all going to be right here. Sometimes we'll have to read it twice to get it done. Don't be ashamed of that. Sometimes you got to do it twice. It's okay. Conditionals. Conditional objective is a very variable one. You can make it do whatever you want, and we'll spend some time in here later. But you've got and or it's a very programmy. I'm sure some of you have seen this in other games, other mission editors. Maybe you've done some programming and it looks like this. Um, but we'll be in here once we start making units. Global values, compare values, and multiplayer stats, if you wanted to compare them or something, would be there here. We'll stay in this area in the and or section today to make it easy. Oh, my bad. Fail condition is the exact same thing. If unit A is destroyed, you fail. Simple as that. And then global values. Let's say you have a couple missions going and you want them at a certain time frame. You've got a timed event where at 30 minutes in, if they haven't completed these objectives, global value changes to this, engages this objective and these new units. Welcome in, Sir Woo Woo. I don't usually use the global values. Again, I just try to stay very basic. Still learning. There's a lot to learn in the mission editor, and not gonna lie, I have broken missions before by messing with global values, so I'm just not at that level yet. I know there are other people like Chaser Rooney who are way ahead of me in this, and I recommend you ask them if you have any other questions about global values. We are going to remove this guy by deleting it now. And then Team B is the same thing. It'll have same choices for objectives and all that stuff. We're not going to have a Team B objective. because if Team A fails, Team B will automatically win. Bases only go for actual runway bases, land bases. You will have your small, medium, and large one. Your small and medium only have one airstrip. One goes to around, I believe it's 10,000, and one has a little bit extra. I believe it's 12,000 feet. Or sorry, 12,000 meters. Um, no, 1,000. I'm getting messed up in the units myself. We will double check them later on. We're going to focus on the naval one. But all the air bases will be here, not carriers. Carriers are actual units. Air bases cannot be destroyed. Static objects. You can do a lot with static objects. My issue with static objects, however, is that each one is an individual item. And what happens is that you'll be rendering the items, and some of them are destroyable. Fuel tanks, LID warning system with the radar system on top. Destructible units, those take CPU power, and some of them burn. The crashed AV-42 would take CPU power from you as well, because it's constantly burning. So if your CPU is constantly rendering a crashed AV-42C that's on fire, it's going to drop your frame rate. So if you have a beefy computer that's able to get 90 frames per second and you want to sacrifice it for that detail, go for it. I have two missions where the frame rates drop pretty low just because of that, and I constantly think about taking it out, but I just haven't yet. Oil platforms, I've used a couple times. I do very much like them. They are very fun. So the cranes are destroyable, the comms tower is destroyable, and then they can actually kind of break. The helipad will break apart as well. It is a very fun objective unit. You can put almost any type of ground unit on, and then you can actually make it so that you have ships, and it looks like they're being docked and reloaded here. Uh, I highly recommend you use an oil rig if you wanted to use a static unit. It comes everything in one. You got a little helipad, destructible units, and a little beacon right up here for the center, so you know where you're going during the nighttime. Sorry, during the nighttime. I need more coffee. Mm. Oh, so good. All right. No, we're doing a naval battle. I do like oil rigs so much, I was about to keep it. Alright, so, going all the way to the bottom now. Let's put this away. Our altitude, which we've already used a couple times, is in meters, MSL, and above ground level, mean sea level, AGL, above ground level. These are our actual coordinates in game. North, east. I don't usually worry about these, but if you wanted to, let's say you wanted to make certain missions replicas of the real world, use a height map of them, and then you make sure that those coordinates are placed in at the start of the map. That way you have more realistic settings of where the sun would be setting during that, or sorry, during in that location, and then depending on what time of day you've set it to, it would be more accurate. Cursor heading 33, and this is just telling you what type of border and map you have. Most of mine is water. Almost all of my maps are water-based and island-based. I don't have any continental maps currently in the campaign. I have been thinking about them, but I just don't use them too much. I like the option of having the carrier and then having small little islands. Cursor heading, we've already gone over a couple times. It'll tell you which way we're heading. And then we can also use Q and E to control it around. Visualize the wind. Let's actually go back to our user interface and get some wind so we can see it. We'll put it at 5. Hit OK. Where's my wind? wind direction. Silly me. We'll put wind speed of 5, direction north, and then you'll get these green little arrows. And depending on how long the arrows are and how fast that they're moving, will give you an idea of how fast the wind speeds will be in game. When you have an airbase, the airbase windsocks in the mission editor will move with this wind, and it is a great form to tell how fast you want that wind to actually go. If that windsock is flapping like all hell and you don't feel safe about flying in that, even in virtual reality, probably bring that wind down. Let's actually increase that wind quite a bit then, and we'll see what that looks like. So this is what that high speed wind looks like. And I know a couple people have flown in it and have also landed on a carrier and a oil rig in this. And they did not land on the oil rig with VTOL aircraft. It was very fun. Videos will be coming out soon of that. But as you can see, the wind is ferocious. If you've actually used wind in game, like on my servers, you will know the crosswinds are very deadly. They are consistent and they will throw you off. It is a fantastic trainer, and I highly recommend it to everybody. Let's bring this back down. Excellent. Preview time. Just previews the time. We'll look towards the west. Preview time allows us to actually see in the mission editor before we launch the scenario what the time of day would look like starting out or ending. As of this moment, I don't have any way or know of any way to run any events to see if they work in the mission editor without launching the actual without launching the actual mission with you in it. But this is preview time of day. If you misclick this, or if you don't have this clicked, it'll just go to basic daytime setting or nighttime setting. However, when you come to change that setting, if you have it set to custom, it'll show it to you for a couple seconds, but then when you let go, it goes back. We'll keep this guy on, and then preview weather. As we've seen, we'll put it as scattered right now. Preview weather off, preview weather on. I do recommend to have preview weather on and preview time on near the end of the mission. When you're pushing your units out, just go full day, 12 noon. Don't worry about time. Visualizing the wind, if you have wind, would be good, but we're going to have a very basic map today, so we're not going to have any wind. Let's double check all my settings. We want to have a basic one. Excellent. Alright, so that's the entire user interface from top, file, edit, and everything in it. If you need more help, always go back to help and controls. If you have any questions, always feel free to ask in the Discord, either from the VTOL VR main Discord or in my Discord. People are very helpful. Sometimes it takes us some time. Depends on where we are in the world. Sometimes we're sleeping. Sometimes we're doing other stuff. But let's get on with it. How I like to do this is I will start with the enemy units. I try to also Double checking to see if anyone can hear me now. Can you hear me now? Uh-oh. Not sure if they can hear me. I see it on my mic that I can have that audio, but I hope you guys are able to hear me. Oh, okay. How far back were you able to not hear me? What unit were we on? Was it the T-55? And thank you very much, Dirk Bob. Thank you much for making sure that everyone can hear. No problem. Alright, we'll just go back real quickly just to double check. So, what we did, I had forgotten to put the respawn units on. All of these guys are pretty basic. They have Fox 3s, semi-active and medium, semi-active radar and regular radar guided weapons. The T-55s are in Bravo Squad. We gave them CAG missiles for the defense systems and AST to protect themselves. And then we were making Charlie Squad. We wanted them to be little monsters, didn't we? Let's see. We can do... Ooh. There we go. And then we'll do AIM-120s for the edges. I believe we can put... Yes, sir. AGM-65s. We'll triple them out. Excellent. They can't do AIM-120s, no problem. I don't want them to have laser guided or glide bombs. That could destroy us very quickly. But targeting pods, absolutely. Excellent. And now he's at 0.74. Oof. He's going to be slow. Excellent. And we'll, oh, almost forgot to copy him over 5 times. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to edit this carrier. And I'm, again, not going to worry about what group is where. Bravos and Charlies can mix together. Just hit an enter once it gets in there. Excellent. Wonderful. We'll double check that last one, make sure that respawn is enabled. Excellent. Alrighty, so now let's do a double check on our count. We have 41 actual active units that are separate from other units. For the drone carriers, oof, we got 1, 2, 3 drone carriers, which will add an extra 30 units on top of our current units. So we got from 0 to 41, that's 42 units, plus an extra 30, 70 units, 72 units. Do I want to add extra more? Ooh, it's a rear fleet. Why not? We'll add 3 extra units here. Oh, and the ships can only be placed in water. I wonder, can we have fun with that? No, that they're gonna. Oh, actually, we can. We'll just put it farther away. We'll have some fun today. And then some regular gunboats, just to make it look harder. And that should be 75 in total. Bloop. There we go. I don't want them to respawn. And they're not on the flight path, just in case. Nope, excellent. Alrighty. Double checking the audio. Audio's still good. Great. Alright, so now we've got 72 units, 75 units, excuse me, on the enemy side. We want to mirror this on the friendly side. However, the friendly side does not have the same amount of C units, so we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to measure, and you want to put them, let's say 18. We'll do 18.5. Allied spawn. Excellent. We'll have a couple of ships in the center and a couple of ships back here. Oh, my bad. I need ships. Go to units. Now we're going to go to the Allied side. Let's go through all the units. Aircraft, B-11 bomber, supersonic bomber just for the Allied side. Looks a little bit different, but pretty much the same capacity. AV-42, my personal favorite aircraft in the game. Love it. I hope they make like an AV-88 or something. AV-88D. I don't know. Double the carry load, double the engines. Be wonderful. E4 Overlord is our AWACS system for the Allied side. Since we're in a naval battle, we don't have an AWACS too far from land. I do also have to say all the NPC aircraft have similar, but may have different weapon choices than the actual players. We'll go through a few of them, and as you can see, the AV-42C does not have certain weapons that, or sorry, the FA-26 does not have certain weapons that the player is able to use. Hopefully it's just a misclick, or maybe it's intentional, but we're going to go over that later. EF-24 Mischief is everyone's favorite electronic warfare aircraft, besides the Overlord. Currently DLC, and is on sale with the Steam Summer Sale. Recommend you try it out. F-45A, everyone's favorite stealth aircraft. VTOL and VCAP is still very difficult for some people, but it is still a very fun and very capable aircraft nonetheless. Definitely multi-role. FA-26 NPC aircraft, just like the player aircraft, except for it is missing a few missiles. KC-49 tanker, there is, as far as I know, no way to spectate the tanker aircraft. You cannot look at someone else refueling unless you are on that player unit who is refueling, and then you can spectate them while they're doing it. The same goes for the MQ-31 refueling drone. This one we can use, however, in this mission because it is a carrier mission, and we will most likely at least have one up for you guys, due to the fact that it might be quite busy. But this mission, depending on the NPCs, could actually end pretty quickly. but we'll change that later. And then the T-55 Tyro. All of the T-55 Tyro on the enemy and allied side are the exact same. All their weapons can be used the same, so we will use them as well for our secondary, but we will most likely use the AB-42 and the T-55 going forward. Ground units we're not going to worry about. Stationary we're not going to worry about. Sea units we will. Assault carrier. The assault carrier, some people still have troubles remembering that there are no wires for this carrier. This carrier is strictly for VTOL, STOL aircraft, or helicopters. So the AH-94 Dragonfly, AV-42C Kestrel, or the F-45 are going to be the ones that use this carrier. I have seen people land T-55s, EF-24s, and the FA-26 on this carrier. Sometimes they take damage, but it is doable. Assault carrier is most likely what we'll start out with as the lead of our cruiser, of our fleet, since it's just going to be at the very front of it, and we will have an aircraft carrier on both the left and the right side. Although it does seem that the aircraft carrier here has great defenses, those defenses can be overwhelmed just like the other carrier, and the aircraft carrier on the Allied side, the defenses are not placed on each corner of the aircraft due to its shape, or each corner of the carrier. However, it is still effective. Cruiser, we will have a lot of cruisers, since as you can see there is no other unit. There was about 4 other sea units for the enemy. We are not going to use any of those. We're just going to have the assault carriers, aircraft carriers, and cruisers. A lot of big ships are going to be sinking today. Buildings we don't have to worry about. Ground support we don't have to worry about, don't have the oil rig. And then players, this is where all of our players are going to be spawning. Again, we'll be using them later on. And then this is the test unit for the Allied aircraft. Let's go back to the sea. We'll start with our assault carrier. And then we'll go down to Zulu. I do not want him parked. I want him to move to a waypoint. I want him at the center of the map. The difference, there is some slight differences between the Allied and the enemy fleet. Allied fleets, you are able to choose their hull number between 0 and 999. Let us choose 01 currently. If you do put it at 0 when it spawns, it will be 01. No ships will be respawnable today. We're not going to worry about it. We do have to worry about the carrier numbers, though. We do want full carriers. That way everything launches and takes off, so it feels as real as possible when you guys play it. So each assault carrier seems to have a 4 in the front, 2 in the back. Excellent. At 6. The aircraft carriers. We'll have this guy move to waypoint, and we'll have him be an NPC carrier. Carrier 1. And I do not believe, yeah, there's no 0.5. You can't do points at all, so we'll do. Oh, and we want him to engage. Excellent. LSO frequency can be changed here. This is the only place currently that the LSO frequency can be changed. Standard is 284.4. You can change it if you want. Recommend you just bring it on back to 284.4. The only time you're going to be using the LSO frequency is if there is someone in the spectate menu in the LSO position on that carrier. If you are not on that frequency and there's not someone there, you're going to be speaking into the wind. Happens more often than you think. Excellent. Moving on, we're going to hit center of the map on this guy. Actually, you know what? No, we'll do center of map for these guys. And then you can check the info here. As you saw, some of it before was kind of off the um, runoff. Here we've got 3 SAMs, 3 guns. Guns only go to 2,000 meters, but fire at a faster rate at 4,000 instead of the 3,600. The ESSM static range 200 to 800. Those can also take down missiles. They are fantastic. However, again, cluster munitions will overwhelm them. We are going to copy this aircraft carrier. Bloop. Oh, place him right there. I'll make this carrier 2. There we go. And this will be my carrier, and I'll just be carrier 2 on the right side. Oh, I forgot. I need to be just a tiny bit closer. Now, I know some people will be like, these ships are too close. 322 meters. Yeah, about 500. They are pretty close. My only issue is that the reason why they're close, and not really my issue, but the reason why they are close is because these, when you're in the spectate menu as the air boss in here, you can see all of your aircraft very easily. However, if you have someone else spawning on over here, you cannot see them as easily. And it becomes quite a problem when you want to have maximum amount of players in the game. I know our servers can take up to 16 people effectively currently, so I try to have at least 16 flight seats in, and we'll deal with that when we get to the player section. Right now, let's finish with the NPCs. We're going to get some cruisers up. Excellent. And then, oh, what is this? The cruiser's also a carrier? Of course. If you didn't know, the cruiser also actually has doors. So when you land on the cruiser, if you ever do, you can actually pull up to these doors right here, and they will open up for you just like the hangar doors on base. And it is super fun. The only issue is that you cannot turn around in the hangar unless you're a helicopter. And even then, it is still quite difficult. Still fun, very fun. But each one of those can only carry one aircraft. And then let's get them. We'll have him moving, but I want him to move to the enemy spawn. And we'll just give these guys some random numbers. Oh, I'm so sorry. Since he is moving to the enemy spawn, we need him to be a Yankee. And for us to show going forward, and you know what I didn't realize? They are all ship 54. Let's change these guys out. Excellent. Maybe one day these ship numbers will correspond with their actual unit numbers here as a default, but currently they do not. Oh, what was it? Oh, someone in Discord. Oh, no. Not for this one. We're all good. Alright. And then cruisers. We need some cruisers to actually defend the carriers back here. I do often like to put a cruiser on the flanking sides. And then after this, we have one other thing. So, before we go any further, we'll count our units. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's not forget the units that these guys carry. There's 6 on here. That gives us 18. And then each carrier carries 8 or 9, I believe. Let's double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, so that's 18 added on to, or sorry, 2 18s. 36 added on to another 18. Oh my god, I'm having a brain fart. 52, I believe it is. No, no, it's not. I gotta double check myself. Rather double check myself. 54, 54. So we have 54 units, and they have 75. Let's get another carrier. We'll put this guy up here. Excellent. It's 54, 55, plus another 9. Oh, 64. We got 10 more. We'll do a small carrier. Oh, I want you on Yankee. Assault carrier. And yes, I know I am most likely sending these carriers to their death. However, depending on how good the aviators are, they may be able to save every single one. They are not fast moving. Excellent. Alright. Now we got those guys going. Sweet. Let's start getting our air units in. We are going to start with the assault carriers. So the assault carriers can only take the AV-42 and the F-45 officially. So we'll have, let's see, we got 3 assault carriers, correct? Yes. So we'll have 1 assault carrier, all AVs, 1 all F-45s, and then the one back here will be a mix. Let's make sure we are off the ground before we do this. AV-42, aircraft group Alpha, and then you can choose a voice for them. Most of the time, it's not really going to matter what their voice is, because I have not figured out how to get them into your, like, as wingmen. I have placed them in your guys' groups, like, at the top and at the bottom, and for some reason it still says they are not your wingmen. I'm still figuring it out. I know there's something wrong I'm doing. I will figure it out and hopefully get it fixed by next year. No guarantees. We will do, however, force allowed today just to see if that helps, and we'll just do it for the 80s. Takeoffs, excellent. Orbit point, we want it to be center of the map at 5,000. Not expecting you guys to survive either, but give me the chain gun, Airs T, and then no, I don't want you guys to have the laser guided. I want you guys to have an easier time. If you can do it. Excellent. Can you take them arms? And then as you guys can see, I'm not going to go through every weapon. All of these weapons are the exact same that you guys can use in the game. So if you wanted to go through each and every single weapon and see what they are, by all means, go through it in game, practice with those weapons. I'll probably make a practice area which has a ton of units that just kind of sit there and do nothing and then respawn once they die. But going through each weapon will be quite difficult and quite lengthy at this time. So we're just going to build them up really quickly. They're above 1.5. Excellent. Let's copy him a couple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All set. Let's go over to our other assault carrier. We'll get this F-45 going. Make him a Bravo. Takeoff. And then they're pretty stealthy. Here, we'll do something a little bit different. Give them a little bit of a challenge. There we go. So 1.1, I would like this to be at 1.2 actually. Better. Don't like it, but better. Alright. We do force allow for them too. However, we're going to have them spawn there. Or actually, we'll have them orbit over the enemy, and we'll have them do... I'll say 2,500. They're stealthy, right? We'll allow them to jam at will. Get even closer and help you guys get closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. We've already double-checked everything beforehand. The orbit, the takeoff, jamming, flight ready. Excellent. And no, we do not want our guys to respawn. Once they are down, they're down, and that will reduce the CPU. I know a lot of people have issues with my campaign and my missions going at the very start of them, because a lot of things spawn in. Unfortunately, that's kind of an issue I do have, and I don't have another way around it besides either reducing when they spawn in or just shortening the missions. Having AI units and having other NPCs fight each other make the missions seem much larger than they actually are, and they give you guys a different feel and experience. I've had you guys say like you feel like you're in certain movies, and it is a fantastic feeling when I hear that from you guys. So I just want to keep making sure that I can give you an experience, and sometimes that's going to take CPU performance at the start of it. But as those aircraft are destroyed, that CPU performance will get better because it no longer has to worry about them. But that is why there is always a lot of units at the start of my missions. Alrighty, let's get to this guy. So on these, when it's especially an NPC aircraft carrier, I do not put the F-45 or the AV-42C. For some reason, even when they are overweight and not capable of doing a VTOL takeoff, um, I've seen them try to take off from cruisers and the assault carrier and then just drop right into the ocean. I've also seen the NPCs fly into a mountain that was custom made and was much too high than it probably should be, but it was very fun. And sometimes they just make mistakes. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Mic dead out for a second. My bad. Still connected, still green. I guess it's just disconnecting every now and then. Sorry, guys. We'll try and speed this up a little bit. But I don't use the AV-42s or the F-45s because they like vertical takeoff more so than regular. So we're not going to use them on this. We're just going to use the T-55, and I'll let you guys use the Mischief and be the early warning people. We're just going to use the fighter and the T-55. Let's start with this guy. We've got an aircraft back there, so all 9 of you guys are going to be Charlies. We'll have you random. Excellent. Takeoff. Default orbit point. We want center of the map at 5 kilometers. However, I want you guys at 7,000. No jamming at will. No respawn. Equipment. Alright, well, let's see. Now, right around here is where we would have Airs T's on our FA-26. However, as you can see, we do not have Airs T's for this one currently. Totally fine, but it's one of the only small things that we have with these guys. Let's make this guy a multi-role aircraft, so we're going to aim 9s. No. Here, we'll start from the bottom. 6. And we'll do aim 20s. Across the board. 5, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excellent. Ooh, look at that. AGM 65s. That sounds nice. Cluster missile. Fuel tank to slow you down, give you some radar signature. Nice big bombs. We'll do some high drag bombs. Ooh, Dirk Bob says, there's a mission that has an overlord crash into the runway. It tells everyone to land and then just kills overlord. Oh my. The death message in the middle of your landing is pretty funny. He says it's super serious. We'll have to try that mission out sometime. Dirk Bob, if you can share that mission in the Discord in general, that would be very fun. We'll have to try that out. Hopefully it's not one of my missions that broke. Oh, right. Mark 83s, fuel tanks, CAG missiles, excellent. AGM 65s. These guys. Oh, what did I put for 10? 10 was the CAG, my bad. So this was be a CAG as well. Excellent. Dirk Bob will host it. Maybe I won't have to worry about my lights. No, who am I kidding? I'll still have them on. Alright, let's get 9 of these guys out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Edit carrier. Oh. And see now, because I have not fixed any of this, I gotta go through and put them in on a huge list. Focus, excellent. Spawn immediately, and they'll all take off. Assault carrier. And these guys are all F-45s. Did I miss an F-45? I must have. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's get you another one. My bad. Missed ya. There we go. Let's get the AVs in. Excellent. Alright. Yankee and the cruisers, excellent, all looking good. I'm not going to put any aircraft on the cruisers today, just for space and reasoning, because these guys are going to be full. And we'll have to double check the unit count. We want to stay under 200 units in total today, under 200 units. And that'll make sure that we can still get good performance and have a good battle. And hopefully, without the land, it'll be nice and easy. And we still have to go through time of day and weather. However, those will be much easier. Dirk Bob says he can't share it because it's still in private building, which is no problem. We'll just play it with him when he hosts. No problem. Don't share it then. Keep it secret. Alright, we'll start with the NPC carrier today. Or no, actually. Correction. We'll do... This is the pod. Well, I'd have to question things. Alright. Let's do a count real quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, here, we'll do 50 to 80. Oof. We're getting pretty up there. Alright. So I can put a couple more cruise missiles, or cruisers in there. Let's do that. We'll get a bunch more cruisers in there. Oh, he can only be placed on the water. Right. And these guys. Oh, I did it again. Move to waypoint. Move to waypoint. And then, oh, my bad. We'll have these guys. I want them at the center of the map. Excellent. They shouldn't have too much of a problem. Alrighty. Now time for the players and the last bit of the air-to-air. Alrighty. So, approximately 9 aircraft, airframes, will be on one carrier. The reason why I say 9 airframes is that it can be very different for each one. So what I like to do is, right now we're going to do, for this one, specialty, or actually we're gonna stay standard with this one. We're gonna do vanilla. So these guys are gonna be on my vanilla aircraft. We're gonna add a couple spawns. 1, 2, 3. And in each spawn, we're going to change it to the FA-26. And then for this one, the F-45. Excellent. But since this is just the vanilla one, we're just doing the AV-42, FA-26, and the F-45. Here is where we will be doing most of the standard setup. Anything that you set up here that is not shared over here, like slot label or weapons, it will transfer over. So aircraft group, start mode, limit lives, and actually we'll do that. We will limit them to 35 today. Shouldn't be too hard. Receive friendly damage, absolutely. A little bit of realism. And then, because they can switch around, I'm not going to be too worried about it. We're not going to remove anybody's weapons. However, if you wanted to reduce or restrict the weapon usage for the mission, this is where you would do it. Oh, see, pilot flight should each start on their own cruiser if they are under 1 thrust weight ratio, over 1 thrust. We may do that. I may move them over if I have enough unit spaces. If we still have a couple extra, if we're still under 200. But for the players, we are not going to remove any of their units or any of their weapons for this one, so each aircraft will have its own. If you wanted to, you would go to available equipment and you would just click it. If you wanted to remove them all, click all, allow them all, click allow. You can assign equipment if you wanted to. You would go to one of them and you would go to the hard point, number 6, underneath the belly, and like, I want this aircraft to have an AIM-120, and then I would lock it. If you don't want them to be locked and you just want to suggest it, just make sure it's unlocked. This will make sure that when the aircraft is built into the mission, when they select it, these weapons, whatever you have selected here in the assignment selection, would be up. However, they would still be able to change it if they want. Cost to spawn, I usually keep it at 0. However, if you want to be more realistic, you can increase this number to whatever you want. As you saw, we increased our budget to 500,000. If you wanted to increase it all the way up to 9,999,000,000, you could probably do that as well. And then just use the cost to spawn budget for more realism. You can also change your libraries. We won't go too far into that because that's part of the workshop, but that's just different skins. Still very fun to play around with. Alright, now that we got this guy, if you have alternate spawns, something that I messed up on, make sure that you have selectable alternate spawns engaged and checked as well. If you don't, it looks like this. If you do, boom, there they go. Once you have those selected, they will appear in the lobby as a little refresh symbol next to that aircraft. Next to the call sign in that aircraft, once you join it, it'll be next to your little emblem, your symbol. So we'll put this guy. Actually, we are not going to put them in anything just yet until we are done. But we're going to move them over here. And we'll name them Vanilla 1. 2, 3, 4. And I think, if you guys have noticed, you can see in each one of these, even though I've copied them over, the spawns do not copy over. So you got to go through and just add each one. And normally, it's not too bad. This isn't bad. What winds up being really tough is when in like one of my other missions where you want to restrict them, but you still want them to have the ability to switch aircraft like this. That way they are not limited to one airframe because they chose the AV-42 at the start and someone else chose the X-45. This way, or sorry, the F-45. This way, if you have someone in a seat, they can use all the aircraft that are part of that alternate spawn, and then they can just practice with it. They can experiment, be like, oh, hey, I don't have to wait for another aircraft. I don't have to wait for a seat to be open. I just have to respawn and choose that guy. Having fun and experimenting with different aircraft is always a plus. I know some people are afraid of the AV-42 because it's very weird, but I recommend you do it. F-45 is a great plane to start with, and then the F-A-26. It's not VTOL, but I would say it's a little bit in the middle because it has a bunch of the basic systems, and then it also flies like a dogfighter, like the F-45. It's a very fun aircraft. I recommend every single one. Try them all out. So, with these though, we've got 4 vanillas. Each one is 1 seat. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We're now going to move on to the hard ones. Let's do chocolates. Chocolate or DLCU. That's not how you spell chocolate. Chocolate or DLC aircraft. Let's start them with the EF-24G. This guy will be the T-55, and this one will be the AH-94. Pretty much the only reason why I have them separated is because the DLC aircraft are the only DLC or the only aircraft that have 2 seats. Going forward, all of the single seat aircraft will have the DLC aircraft. They'll just have them in a single seat mode. So that way you guys can still fly them around even if you have them. You just won't have the dual set, but you'll still have the option to fly those. But for this, we're not going to do that. We're just going to keep it separate and a little bit standard right now. Don't worry about that. Equipment, all good. RTB waypoint is spawn. When RTB waypoint is selected, the next place where you land and get ground becomes your home port, or it is supposed to be, as I understand it. So let's say you spawn on this carrier, carrier 2, on Dart's carrier, and then you land and rearm over here. This becomes your new home, and it'll assign you one of the flight spots. You can just respawn over there. I don't think there's usually a problem with it. I do know if you die normally, or if like you get shot down, you crash, or if you eject and you go back to the main lobby, then it can reset you back to your normal. So it's kind of 50-50. I'm not 100% on it anymore. I don't use it anymore. I used to use it to have realism, but I just stopped using it. I would rather just have you guys crash and respawn so we can send you off again. And then let's double check everything. The T-55's got 2 seats. Cost to spawn is 0. Libraries. Start mode code. Excellent. We will do flight ready for these guys. I do not want to type that in, so we'll Control C once it's highlighted. Excellent. Oh, what did I do? There we go. And we're going to copy this over. Bloop. T-55, AH-94, flight ready, Control V. Excellent. Probably should change the direction of these guys in a second. AH-94. Oh, no. EF-24. And a little bit of coffee. I'm about to have to go get another one. We might do a short little coffee break. Let's get some of these guys in before we do that. Alright, so we got 3, 4, excellent. Now, here's the thing. We have to count the player seats. Now, for a good smooth connection, we want to have no more than 16 player seats. That's the sweet spot, like sweet maximum for VTOL VR. Anything under 16, you'll have better performance and better network connection because you don't have to connect to so many different clients or hosts or other players, depending on your level. So let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we've got 12. We can have 16. So what we can do is we can put a couple more on the assault carrier. We can put I guess we could technically put, no, we don't want to have a joke one. We'll just put them on the, oh wait, hang on. Let's double check. I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, I'm missing one. So we'll do one over here. And we'll have them start with the AH-94. Flight ready. And for them, T-55, not flight ready. We'll have that cold. Give all the computers a chance to get going, because you guys can take off in a heartbeat. There we go. Excellent. Let's get them on. Vanilla 1, vanilla 2, 3, and 4. Chocolate 1, chocolate 2, 5, 3, and 4. Now, with the Allied aircraft, if you're doing ATC, I do expect for the either EF-24 or the FA-26 to be behind the tower. If you've looked at my other ATC videos, you'll see that when you're on the carrier, these two spots are nearly impossible to see, especially if they have their lights on during the daytime, barely able to tell. You're usually waiting for them to call out for you on the radio because you cannot see them. This can lead to impatience for them because they can have their lights on for a long time and I would have never noticed, or I have to physically get up and like push my head through the window. I do recommend the FA-26 or the EF-24 just because they are the largest and longest aircraft. So if you see like the green lights, green formation lights on the nose, you know that they have their lights on and they're ready for a catapult. But other than that, like the T-55, the AV-42, and especially the Dragonfly, the Dragonfly and the AV-42 are a little bit okay. You can kind of see the lights if you lean out, but the T-55 is just so tiny, it can almost disappear back there. Hopefully that'll be addressed once the ATC updates. If they update ATC, maybe we'll have better cameras or a better view back there, something, but that's the only issue currently with these two spots. Excellent, and then we're not going to have that carrier receive friendly damage, nor will we have this one. However, we will have this one receive damage, because we're not going to have too many people on it. So we're going to double check our count again, because I added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Excellent. So let's get 2 more. And we can either put them on the cruisers or we can put them on the assault carrier. I put people on the assault carrier all the time. Let's have... Now, just so we can see them. Over here. And you know what? We'll do something special. We'll have a little fun. We'll do the swirl on this guy. The AV and the F-45. I really don't think it'll be able to get off the deck. I know this will. We'll do this one just because the T-55 is my favorite DLC because it has DLC sharing. If you guys have the T-55 or know someone who has it and you're just kind of on the edge of it, I recommend going to a server that has one, trying it out. It's currently on sale, 50% off. Fantastic aircraft to learn stuff in. Everyone's going to tell you it's a horrible aircraft. It's a horrible aircraft to fly into combat. However, to learn about and how everything works, it is a fantastic aircraft because it has all those options. Yes, it is limited in how much it can carry because of its thrust weight, but it is made as a trainer aircraft and it does its job very well. So if you wanted to either teach people or learn more about the weapons more in detailed, and then also help teach people after you've learned about them. I do highly recommend the T55. It is still the only one with DLC sharing. But let's double check it. So we've got the AV-42, F-45, and the EF-24. Let's make sure selectable spawns, excellent, and then we will copy this over, excellent. Swirl number 2. I don't think we can have... You know what, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Swirl 2 will be a single. No, we'll keep it open. That way they still have the chance. They still have the options. Still not going to be fun to take off from this guy, but they can do it. I believe in them. And selectable alternate spawns. Selectable alternate spawns. Excellent. Oh, I probably did not put lives on most of these people. You know what? Let's double check that. Nope, he's got lives. He's got lives. Okay, so it's just me. We'll do 30. 30. I believe it's 5 lives less than the others. And this way I will be able to see them just fine. Excellent. We'll create a new unit. Aircraft. I want the MQ-31 drone. Aircraft group, none. We'll have it take off. Allied spawn. I want this guy, you know what, no. I want him around 2,000. It's 2,000 meters, so that's around 6,000 feet. Let's drop it down, actually. We'll do 900 meters. It should be right around 1,000 officially. I think it's 3.3 feet per meter. And then RTV destination. Flight ready. Do not engage enemies. Not invincible. Excellent. And then we're not going to worry about him. We need him to have a small radar signature. We are going to attach him. Oh, no. Attach him right to here. Nope. Off you go. Dirk Bob says carrier landings in the T-55 are actually pretty easy. Ooh, he says it's one of the best to learn in that aspect. I would have to agree with him 100%. Excellent. We've got our refueling drone. Again, I usually don't put the refueling drone if I have a carrier or an airbase. However, since neither of the carriers are invincible and none of them, there's no airbase in sight, we will put a refueling drone. And then we're not going to have anything else for this guy. Let's double check. We're just going to go through. We've got 100 of 46. Oof. Alright, so we're at 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. We got 54 units. We can have a few more. So we were at 75 with these guys. However, those cruisers will probably destroy most of our aircraft before they get near them. Drone carriers are also going to launch. We'll do a couple more cruisers. And we'll keep the Allied fleet at a disadvantage because players are gods. some reason, my headset keeps turning off. I will find a new one that's better for this going forward. Sorry, guys. Alright, cruisers, set. One, what's 20, 190. There should be a lot of sinking ships. Oops. 09. And the players will save the day. Excellent. And then we do have enough, so let's put a couple defensive units back here. Like Dirk Bub said, a couple Papa 1-1s with thrust to weight ratios. The greatest thing I love about the AV-42 is I think it is also the most economic, the most efficient aircraft. You can load this bad boy up and most of the time still take off. Not only that, since you don't have there was another setting on it that I am forgetting right now, but the fuel efficiency is absolutely wonderful. Oh, that's right. We don't have fuel pods on this, so there's no extended range on the AV-42C, which I can kind of understand. It's more of a close air support and rescue, but even the helicopter has tanks, so I found it a little bit weird. But everyone's got its drawbacks. But airs T's, excellent, and then we're actually going to keep it just like that. 121. Sorry, 1.21. 1.21. Take off. We'll have the orbit point be allied. 1,200 meters. Which one was that? That's 57. Excellent. And then we are going to copy this one over. And this one's going to be 56. 55. And 54. 108. 107. 106. Oh, I messed up. Let's get him back. 105. And you're 106. Excellent. It says my audio stream rate is 0. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. But if not, let me know. As always, I'll do my best to try and reset as quickly as possible. Alright, so currently, we now have around 60, 70 units, 65 units on the Allied side, and 75 units on the enemy side. I kind of feel that the enemy needs a little bit more, knowing how the players can be and will be. You guys are straight destroyers, Valkyries. Alright, and then really important, because all this is now pretty much almost ready to go, save. Save, save, save. If you guys live in an area that have power outages currently because of storms or anything, I would recommend you save every 5 to 10 minutes. Just put it on a timer at 5 to 10 minutes. If you have, you don't usually worry about something like that, just save it. Try to save like every hour, hour and a half. That way, if something happens, maybe you're listening to music or you're trying to stream while you're doing a mission build, it's not going to crash on you and you're not going to lose everything that you build. I don't expect it to happen, but I've had a few crashes before while playing the game, so just that little disclaimer out there. Excellent. Dirk Bob can still hear me. Alrighty, so now we've got refueling drone, we've got tankers, we've got NPC aircraft that are going to attack each other and defend the fleets. We've got all of our units currently. We've got the player units under 18. Excellent. Let me double check that player count. Player count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Correction. Player is at 18. So player count is at 18 directly. However, it can be as low as 16 with these guys set at 1 for their seats for the swirls. Alright. Now we're going to do the events. Like I said before, events are usually some of the last things that I do because I don't have too much to do until the units are up, and that's the same with the objectives. So, first things first, what we're going to do, we're going to come over here. All of the drone carrier, let's see, drone carrier 10. We just want him to launch as soon as possible, so we'll have him be a part of a timed objective. Enemy timed events. Begin immediately. That means the instant the mission starts, as you may have guessed, whatever happens in here is going to start. If you have a time delay, like in here, in seconds, 60 seconds, it'll start 1 minute after mission starts. If this is not selected, if there's no check mark here, you will have to start the timed event one way or the other, either through an objective or through a triggered event or a sequence event. Otherwise, it just won't begin. You can have another time event start the event, but it's kind of redundant. These time can go all the way up to, what was it? Oh. So you can get pretty high, but if you go too high, it just kind of zeroes out or errors out. So we're going to have 0 on this one. And what we want is that enemy drone carrier, it was number 10. And I want the drone carrier to launch its drones. This is our event action browser. So now that it's fully up, I can kind of show you everything that we can do with it. For the NFP carrier, what we can do is it can say launch all. So let's say you have all of your aircraft, all the enemy aircraft on the carrier, and you forgot to switch them all to takeoff. Instead of going to takeoff, you can do enemy time events and NFP carrier launch all, and it'll make them all switch to takeoff, and they'll all take off, and they'll just kind of orbit the carrier until someone else comes in and disrupts their pattern. You can move the carrier, move it to a specific point, move it on a specific path. If the carrier is moving, you can stop it on a certain time, or if it enters a certain area, have it stop. Set engage enemies. If you have this, it'll default to off when you have this, but originally when the units are all spawned in, like when you create the unit, it'll automatically be set to on. If your unit is not automatically spawned in, this will spawn it in. This destroys your unit. This will force an alternate spawn if you have it. We're not going to worry about alternate spawns on this one, that's more advanced. Same with randomized alternate spawn. If you've got more than 2 of them, it'll just randomize them. If you have 2 of them and you've got it constantly respawning, it can make kind of like a guessing game. Sometimes it can do 2 in 1, or the same one twice, is what I meant. Set invincible. Maybe you don't want this to take damage at this time. Set it to invincible, and then later on you can deactivate it. Set non-targets. So This one can be a little weird when you mix it with some of the air targets. So this one says set the list of units that this unit will not attack, and it'll overwrite the existing list. If you add targets to it, it'll just add targets to it to the list that you already have set. As far as I know, every event, if you want, or every mission, all enemy targets are set as targets. So every unit that you have, you will have to make it set non-targets and have a list for either that whole group or that whole unit. If you want to remove targets without destroying the entire list, you just remove specific targets from that list, clear non-targets, clears the whole list. Priority targets makes it so it overwrites any target that is closer to it that is not on the list. So let's say there's an AWACS and it's 4 miles out, but you in your F-45 are 2 miles out launching 15 AGMs at it. It's going to ignore you and it's going to focus on that AWACS. Add priority targets, adds it to the current list without removing them. Remove priority targets, removes it without clearing the entire list, and clears the entire list. Drone carrier, most of it's the same. Launch drones is the only different. You cannot control these drones once they launch. At least currently. At some point, I do know in the conditional editor you can see the drones as individual units. However, from this side, in the event action, where most of the actual programming takes place in my missions, we cannot control these drones. They will just hover around their actual drone carrier and protect them. So we'll have launch drones. Oh, let's go back to this. We'll go through everyone real quickly. The NMSS cruiser is just an attack cruiser, so it doesn't have anything special. It's just everything we've gone through before without any of the launches. DMS cruiser is the same. It just has less weapons. Rocket boat, same. The planes are quite different. As you can see, there's a lot more to it now. We still have the priority targets, non-targets. There's also designated and laser designating targets as well. We can fire countermeasures, bomb certain waypoints, and then the invincible stuff. Let's go through it one by one, and we'll do it a little bit quickly. Set path. Make sure that the aircraft is set along a path. You can also do this for a unit group as well. Taxi path. If you have a certain taxi path that you want the aircraft to go on, you use a taxi path. I have not used these just yet. You can use them and experiment with them. As far as I know, they have to be on an airbase and a carrier will not work. Orbit waypoint, I do use constantly. We're not going to use it today because everything is kind of based in. Set nav speed will set the actual speed it will be using when not in combat, as it says in the description. Anytime any NPC aircraft is in combat, it'll just use whatever it thinks it needs to try to win the battle. Altitude, set the default altitude. Again, when it's not in combat, it'll go to this altitude. Form on a pilot is what I usually use to have NPC aircraft form on you guys when you spawn in, if they're already in the air. That way you have some AI units and you feel like you're a squad leader. Have not gotten the voice commands just yet, but again, working on that wingman stuff for you. Refuel from tanker is really fun. Having an aircraft refuel from a tanker and just watching it actually makes you feel that you can do it as well. And highly recommend watching an NPC do it and then actually trying it yourself. Fire anti-ship missile on given path. It will actually ask for the path itself and then determine the mode. Direct is just going to fly directly to it. Sea-skim, it'll actually dive down towards the water and then skim along the surface of it to avoid detection. Sea-skim evasive, or SSE, is going to skim along the surface, and then once the missile detects any type of countermeasures from the ship, it'll try to evade those countermeasures and then still hit the ship. Pop-up, I have not used and I have not seen, but what I believe it would be is Sea-skim, but then near the end it pops up and tries to hit the dead center on top of it, where it is weakest. let's go back. Takeoff, tell them to take off, set the formation distance for their wingmen, land either at a waypoint with direction, so like you want them to land a specific direction, and then you want them to land at the waypoint facing that specific direction. I don't understand the difference currently between these two. They may be overriding each other. One may be older, one may be newer, but I'm not using them currently. Rearm just tells them to rearm. You can actually ignore all of this stuff and just use rearm if you want them to take back off again. Attack target, cancel attack target. Pretty simple. Just tells them what to attack. Set radio comms. This is probably the reason why they are not talking to you, and now that I've gone through it, I think I understand. See, this helps. We all learn something each day. I probably did not have set radio comms. Yep, and Dirk Bob confirms. Dirk Bob says that pop-up is SS evasive, but it pops up at the end to hit the top. Excellent. Thanks for the double check. So I will go back to the other missions and make sure that this is indeed installed and checked, because this is probably why we don't have any wingmen currently. But then the priority targets, non-targets, designated targets, and laser designated targets are all pretty much the same. Laser designated designation is the most fun when it comes to NPC aircraft when you make them do it. As far as I know, all aircraft are given this option, including tanker aircraft, which is kind of fun. So you can make them order laser designation if they're flying around, and they will start an orbit of their own. Or what you can do is you can tell them what orbit you want, how big of an orbit you want, how far it is, and what that target is. Laser is just, this one is just going to be the auto orbit. Fire countermeasures is if you want the aircraft to fire countermeasures at a certain time or for a certain reason. I have not had a reason for them to actually do this just yet. Usually they do it automatically. Bomb waypoint, good for bombing waypoints, only good for the bombers. Otherwise, most of the fighter aircraft, enemy aircraft, are automatically going to do it if it is a actual target. If you're trying to have them bomb a static object or a base, you may have to use bomb waypoint. Set radars just turns it on or off for the aircraft. Jamming at will, self-explanatory, allows the aircraft to jam aircraft at will. Pretty much you're telling it, yes, you can jam, no, you cannot jam. Engage enemies tells you the aircraft's going to engage enemies, or it's just going to fly around in a circle. This will also set the combat thing. So if this is set to no, or it's not checked, the aircraft will not engage. The speeds that you set are going to be its guaranteed speeds. Spawn unit, if it hasn't spawned in already. Destroy unit, everything else is pretty much the same. Let's continue on. T-55 Tyro, everything is the same for here. Cruiser and gunboat, excellent. Double checking ours real quickly. As you can see, they are the same as well. And then AV42C, oh, here it is. Set player command, set whether the unit can be commanded by the player. We should have that going. And then we'll do radio comms. Let's see. Yeah, so they're all automatically set to disabled. So that would be the reason why they are not responding to us. We'll fix that later. AV42C does have some extras for the actual NPCs. Because the AV42C can pick up NPC infantry, you can unload, load, and load passengers, and then you can load an entire unit group. Let's say you have 8 infantry units, and you don't want to select each one of them. You just load up as a unit group. Otherwise, everything else is the same. Go through the F-45. Excellent. Absolutely the same. I did notice, yes, the AV-42C did ask if you wanted to turn on radar, which we do not actually have radar in the in the AV-42. We do have ARAD though. And then cruisers, and then vanilla. So this is what it looks like when you have a player aircraft. These are your actions. You can force an alternate spawn, 1, 2, or 3. Like let's say they died in 1, force number 2, force number 3. You can add lives depending on what's happening. You can set lives, so subtract them. Destroy vehicle. Let's say you've got a timer and you just want to blow everyone up at like 90 minutes. You set that timer for 90 minutes, and then once that is, destroy vehicle. Boom. You can set invincible. So let's say someone completed an objective and everyone else keeps trying to hinder them after they like pick up the infantry and they keep blowing them up. Friendly fire. You would hit set invincible after they pick them up, and that aircraft and those units in that aircraft should be invincible until it is completed or until that invincibility setting is dechecked. Add funds and remove funds goes to the budget, but usually if you have a high budget from the start, you don't have to worry about it. And that goes across for them all. When you actually move into the alternates, it says move spawn, set RTB waypoint, RTB unit, spawn unit, sorry, set RTB to spawn, fuel waypoint, fuel unit, and alternate spawn. Well, I heard something. What was that? Oh, something's talking in my room. I thought I heard something. Oh, that's the last gulp of coffee on that one. Let's see. Right. And everything else is pretty much the same for enemy and AI. Excellent. Oh, I need to go back to enemy events. We need drone carrier 10 since we went through there, and we're going to launch them. And then they're just going to stay there. All these guys are set to launch. All these guys are set to attack. Excellent. What we are going to do is we're not going to have a trigger event. Enemy Navy defense drones. So for this one, enabled immediately, trigger type, proximity, waypoint, we're going to have it be carrier 0. And see, for these ones, you can make it any unit. You can make it the actual waypoint or an enemy unit. So we've got this guy, and then it's going to be again in meters, and it gives you a little blue line so you can see it. We want to put it at 5,000, so 5 kilometers, just at the enemy spawn. Let's make it 8. There we go. 8,000 meters. We'll do spherical. And what we'll do is we'll have the drones launch. It doesn't really matter which drone ship launches first. And I just wanted to show you guys now. Although I have drones, unit group and unit gives you different abilities. So the unit itself has more options as launch drones, whereas unit group only gives you stuff that is shared between all of the all of the units in that group. Aircraft groups have takeoff and all that stuff, but as you can see, you still have a little bit less. And then all the C groups. So we'll go back. We've got launch drones. Excellent. Is there anything here? Nope. Nope. Excellent. So we'll take that away. And then triggered by player. So what we can do is we're actually going to trigger it by any allied unit. A trigger event has to be triggered by something, obviously. You can have it triggered by a specific unit, and it'll actually ask you which unit, whether it's a friend or a foe. If you want it any unit, it's going to be any enemy or allied unit. So, like, let's say you wanted to play King of the Hill, um, and you had two fleets facing off against each other, and whoever got to the hill first got into it, and you started getting points based on how long you were in there. Um, the first person to actually get in would capture the zone, and that's probably what you would want to do with any unit. And then, depending on who actually captured the unit, like whether it was an allied or an enemy unit, um, you would give them points. Actually, that would probably be for allied or enemy. So there's probably a usage for any unit. Maybe you just want like a random encounter if something happens, like some explosions or something. But today we're just going to do any allied unit. Excellent. Everything else is taking off. We don't have to worry about them. Sweet. We don't have any drones over here. Everyone is already set to take off. We'll double check. Yep, excellent. Sequences. Now this is going to be where it's a little bit fun, a little bit difficult, but I'm going to show you something real quickly. When we go back to units, now that we have all of our units here, both allied and enemy, we can go to groups, and you see we've got ground. Since we have no ground units, nothing's here. However, when we go to air units, we'll have Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie for all our NPCs. When we select them, it'll actually tell us what that unit is, what units are in that group, and then we can select them a little bit easier. Bravo has all the F-45s, Charlie has the F-A-26s, ASFs, T-55s, another set of T-55s. And then we can also see all the C units as well. I may have overdone it with our Yankee, but our Zulu is smaller than theirs. A very weird mission that I made very quickly. Alrighty, let's get these guys going for respawn. So let's see, I've got 30 to 50 air units, right? So let's say we would need to objective destroy air targets. I try not to use the TGT anymore because people keep asking me what it's about. And we'll do 50. Oh, this is gonna suck. Actually, you know what? I think it'll be easier. Oh, it won't. Okay. So, but here's one of the only areas where we can actually select the Manta UCAVs. So we're going to do that today. Just for the first one. This is also the other troublesome part, is that you will have to do this as well. However many units you have, you will have to click them if you don't want to select all of them. Excellent. And 50 selected, perfect, on target. Oop. And then let's double check because I forgot. I don't remember all that well. Let's see. Did we tell them that they are responding? We did tell them that they were responding. Are all think what's happening is that I'm losing connection here. Alright, so they are indeed all responding. So we're going to have Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie all respond, and that's going to give us 20 extra units. It's 10 there, 5 there, another 5 there. Beautiful. So we'll have another one, and it'll be 20. Destroy a second wave of air targets. However, this time it's just going to be these guys. Excellent. We'll put 20 in. Alrighty. And title pretty much tells us what we need to do. Enemy has sent another small wave. Excellent. Go back to the events real quickly. New sequence. We want to start this immediately. And what this is going to be is enemy alpha respawn. I want to do one of these real quickly, and then I'm going to get another drink of coffee. We'll take a 2-minute break, only 2 minutes, not too long. And we'll come back to it. So alpha, if they are, so this is our conditional editor. What I like to do, unit group, enemy alpha is probably going to be the easiest way when you use unit groups, because you get all of them at once. Once they are number alive equals 0, we'll just end them there. Make sure it's connected, otherwise it won't read it. There are others. You have all airborne, the number airborne, so depending on how many there are, you can also error out your own system by having a number that is unreachable. Let's say you only have 5 squads. You can error it out by saying, or you have 5 planes and you say, oh, I need to have 10 airborne. If you didn't check that, then it can error the whole system out. So this is where we do have to be really on it. Number landed, all landed, same as airborne, just on the ground, fully stopped. Any landed near a waypoint, all live players near waypoint, present players alive, all alive, number alive, in the group. Any near waypoint, all these are pretty self-explanatory past this point. If it's near the point, and this is any point chosen, not just a waypoint, it can be like a map point that we choose. Any unit detected, or if all the units are detected, or if anyone gets killed. For this, we're just going to use number alive equals 0. Unit group, enemy alpha, where was it? Boom, spawn all. So again, we have all this stuff when we use unit groups for aircraft. We'll have all these different ones, and it'll go for every single aircraft at that time when it launches. So when this conditional goes through and it reads, oh, they're all gone, it's just going to spawn them all. Let's say you told them all to rearm after one lost all of their, like if one loses all their weapons and you tell the whole squad to rearm, the entire squad will go to rearm even if they still have weapons. So let's do spawn all. And then what we want to do is unit group again, alpha. And then we want number alive greater than, or sorry, here, we can actually do all alive because it'll be spawned. And then we'll be set. And then if the unit group is all alive, excellent. Then what we'll do is we'll actually come here to the category section. We'll go to the event sequences. enemy alpha respawn, and we'll hit restart. And then we're going to leave this exit condition blank for right now. What we are going to do is once we have we're going to go back to the objective after I get a coffee, and then we're actually going to stop the event from there. But right now, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back in 2 minutes, and then I want to have a coffee, and we'll get this mission finished. All right, 2-minute break. See you soon. Alrighty, let's see here. Alright, we're still reading as the microphone going in. Let me pour my coffee real quickly. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Delicious. Absolutely, Dirk Bob. Coffee. More coffee. Keeps us going every day. Alrighty. Now, if I remember correctly, we had just did the enemy alpha respawn. Excellent. And now we needed to make sure they stopped spawning. Oop. So once the second airwave is complete, we want the event sequence for enemy alpha respawn to stop. And then this should actually keep them from respawning. Now, I do already have a doubt that, let's say, for some reason, somehow, players were able to destroy the carriers before the second wave actually became effective. It may destroy them. They may try to take off. It may complete the objective early. Don't know yet. We'll have to find out as we play along. But it is something I am thinking about currently. Alright, so now that we've done it with enemy alpha, we're going to have to do it with everybody else. However, what we can do is we can copy and paste. There we go. And we'll just change this name real quickly to Bravo. Oh, we'll take that copy off. However, we do have to go through each one now. Go through Bravo, number alive. It does keep this and not reset. So it's very nice, very easy. Switch this over. This does reset, so you will have to click both because it doesn't know if you want it to change. Bravo. Excellent. And if I'm going too fast, it's just for time. We've been doing this for just over 3 hours, and sometimes I feel like you guys have other stuff you have to do. So if you need to, you can always pause it, come on back, and we'll get it done for you. Bravo. Excellent. and then Bravo respawn. We're going to have this restart there, but then we need to go back to objectives, back to the second wave, new action, event sequences, Bravo respawn. We need to stop it once that's completed. One more time. 80. Charlie. Excellent. VXN, this is a mission build of VTOL VR. So if you've played VTOL VR with me, you can understand some of the missions are quite intense, and some people have wanted to know how I build them, how I do the weather and the events. So what I decided to do was just build an entire mission from scratch, a very basic one, naval map, so that you guys can see what it is, and if you had something else to do today, you can go back, look it over when you do have time, bits and pieces, and then hopefully it'll help you out build your own missions. But right now we are making sure that the enemy units respawn so that, forgot one. There we go, Charlie. All the enemy units respawn once they die so that the mission can be completed properly. Excellent. And then we just need to restart the objective again. And this will end that objective, or end the respawns once the objective is complete. Got them mixed up, sorry. Oh, and then destroy the second wave will have to be a prerequisite objective. We'll have to destroy the first wave before that. VXN, that's perfectly fine. We have helicopters on this map as well. We are expecting enemy units to attack the carrier fleet. So if you ever come in when you're in the helicopter, you can defend the fleet in it. Do those spins. I hear it's a nice trick. Hang on, I want to get some coffee real quick. Oh yeah, feels the soul. Soul! Alrighty. So we've got the airwave objectives completed. The drones are a part of it. The NPCs are a part of it. And the NPCs will keep spawning even if the drones aren't taken care of first. Excellent. So then we need a new objective. Double checking. These are all going to be our respawns for all of our ships, or sorry, for all of our aircraft. None of our ships are going to be respawning. So now we can just do destroy Yankee fleet, or actually we can just destroy enemy navy. We'll just do it all in one. Bloop. Anything that's not a ship gets taken off. It should mostly just be these guys right here. Double check. Gunboats, cruisers, rocket boats, drone carriers, but not the drones themselves. Excellent, and we'll hit OK. It'll give us a number, 24, so I don't have to count it myself. 24, excellent. Destroy all enemy Navy ships. VXN says that he used to go on top of ATC towers when he was in the helicopter, land on them, and do flips and stuff. He got kicked a lot. Other ATC servers are very, very serious. All I mind is that you guys have your lights on my server, your nav and strobe lights, and then make sure that you don't have any friendly fire. And most of the time, people who have their lights on
don't get friendly fired because it's easier to tell that you're an actual player instead of an NPC. Because all the enemies will actually turn off their light. All the NPCs turn off their lights when they take off, regardless of whether they are enemy or allied. So your lights actually can save you quite a bit. There we go. Sorry about that. Lost you guys again. I gotta get a new headset for darn sure. No, shooting the tower does not count as friendly fire. The tower is made of diamondium. Does not take damage. You gotta be from another universe to do that. Well, VXN, as long as you don't shoot them on my servers, you won't be kicked. I don't mind tricks every now. I don't mind tricks at all, honestly. We actually have supersonic flybys of the tower all the time, so if you ever want to come on in and do some tricks, as long as you have your lights on, you'll be perfectly able to. You won't get kicked. Alright, let's get back to this real quickly so we can get this uploaded. Because I also have to do some of the briefings for Dirk Bob and Brainy Cat. They need to be added to the briefings as well. And I will also have to do some for the oil rig landings. I believe we have 3 people I need to add to those briefings as well. Alright, so all the enemy navy is all set. Excellent. Team B. We'll give them one objective. Destroy Allied Navy. Immediate Allied spawn. All of them. Oh. Don't need to take out the players. That's 47. Okay, that'll work. No, let's take out all of the planes. That way it's just the Navy. No. We'll keep it all the NPCs, actually. All but one NPC. And that NPC will be you. Excellent. If they complete their objective, we should know, but just in case, we'll do a system flare. And we'll set it for 10 minutes at 600 seconds. There we go. Alright. So if they destroy the Allied Navy, red flares will come up, but most of the ships will be blown up, so we should know that. Don't foresee that happening. Excellent. Double checking everything else. So we've got the aircraft are respawning. The drones are launching through the trigger defense. Excellent. And then timed events, enemy timed event for the drones to just launch immediately. So there's some air units immediately in the air. Excellent. Cruisers are going to move forward. These cruisers are moved to the center of the map. There are no other paths. Everything should be direct. Missiles should be flying at each other, and everyone should be loading in pretty much just within range of each other's missiles, which means we can now do time of day and weather events. This is where it's going to be the longest and where we can actually use the most time and the most copy. As you see, it's going to be a little difficult. And less Vixen. Tower does have diamond diamond armor. No, we don't have netherite. It's diamondylium. It may be a mix of netherite and diamond. It's not pure diamond. Yes, yes, Vixen. Actually, you can. You may have missed it. We can make all the players blow up at a certain time frame. So let's say, there's Vanilla One, destroy vehicle, and he said what? 17 minutes and 26 seconds. So what? That would be 60 times 17. 1028 plus another 28 seconds. It's 1048 seconds. And it would look like this. So Vixen and Dirk Bob, both of you, this is actually what it would look like. You would actually have to do it for every single aircraft or aircraft group. So, like aircraft, you could hit kill all, and you can do it all like that. Or for like if you just wanted specific aircraft, so you didn't do it, you could have this. And yes, you guys can do that. However, we are not going to do that today. Oh, you guys make me. Oh, I forgot what I was doing now. Oh, time of day. That's what I was doing. Alright. So this is going to be the fun one. So, I'm just going to start beginning, and we're going to put time of day events. You can also do it time of day to shorten it out. We do have more characters here. We've got 40, so. For this one, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this guy over here. Oh, I actually forgot. I need to be like this. Most of the time, as tower, I will be down here. And most of you guys will see the weather first from down here. So that's what we're going to start it as. We're going to look down here for that weather. Excellent. So time of day. We'll always start it at, let's see, we want a little bit of a morning. So we'll say 5:45. How's that look? Oh, I need to preview my time. There we go. So that looks okay. That's not too bad. 5:45, and then as it comes up, 6:02. That looks nice. Yep. All right. 5:45. We'll have that starting day optional environment. So I'll leave this guy optional environment for you guys. What optional environment does? Welcome in, Dark Sentinel. Um, what optional environment does will be, so let's say that all my environments indeed start during sunrise or sunset or just before. So civil twilight. What you can do is during optional environment, instead of having this custom, when you're actually selecting the mission, you can change it to morning, day, night, or keep it at the mission based. So yeah, that can happen. I'm using a different headset. So I'm using a SteelSeries headset instead of the Oculus because the Oculus is an extra 5 pounds on my face and I don't want to use it. But welcome in everyone. Oh my gosh, we've been doing this for 3 hours. Hey, it's quite a bit. I will turn up the microphone gain so hopefully it makes me sound a little bit better. Alright. So optional environment, 5:45. And then all we have to do is go to system, really easy, transition time. We'll go through the system stuff real quickly. So radio message, plays a radio message, priority messages. You can start queuing stuff up in the radio messages and this will play first over any other radio message. So you can stop all the radio message or you can do it to a specific team if you want. You can do it just to the co-pilot on a specific radio channel, priority and all that. You can fire a conditional action, if, else if statements. Pretty much it'll go back to those menus or the programming menu that we have. You can fire a random event. This can be useful if you have like a patrol that I was thinking about doing. So you have a mission where you're just starting flying out. There's no bases, there's no carriers or anything like that. You're just on patrol, and then at a certain time, it'll fire a random event, and it could launch one of four different squads or two giant bomber squadrons instead of fighter squadrons, and you just don't know until they spawn. But that's more advanced and for another video. Play background music if you wanted to. You can play background music. We'll go to it real quickly. However, you do have to again go to editor resources. OGG and MP3 files are supported for these guys, and then you can also practice it, or sorry, test it, and then you can also loop it if you wanted to. Stop the music, send waypoints to GPS, send a path to GPS so everyone has it. Light a flare, which we all know. Green flares I position all over the field once everything is complete. Transition wind. Transition wind is something that we will use later on in weather. We're not going to do it in this one. We'll do basic weather, but this transitioning wind is more of an advanced weather technique. Pretty much what you're going to do is just you're going to change the direction. Um, you're going to change the speed, the variation of it, and all those settings that you had initially. However, the difference is that you can only make it go up to, I believe it's 600. Yeah, so it's only a 10-minute transition. I always recommend the 10 minutes because that's going to give it the smoothest one, and it's actually going to make it feel more natural and give people more time to adjust to it. Music. Unfortunately, I cannot play any music right now. I do not have any rights. I'm sorry. Oh, in the mission. In the mission, we can probably add some extra music in. Yes. Um, I have some songs that I already have picked out. However, I haven't added them in just yet. So Vixen, Dirk Bob music is coming. It's just not added in just yet. And then Dark Sentinel. What Oculus is number one? Uh, not sure. I mean, I'm using the Quest 3, and not the S version, just the standard version. I haven't used all the Oculuses myself. I've only used the actual wireless ones, so Quest 1, 2, and 3. But I've not used Quest 3S Dark Sentinel. So unfortunately, out of the ones I've used currently, 3 has been my favorite. It's the least weight, gives me the most power, and I have the most fun with it. Quest 2 was a pretty large staple, I would say. Quest 1 I had issues with, and Quest 1's the head strap really hurt. So Quest 3 really got it right. Or sorry, Quest 2 had the head strap nice, and Quest 3 just improved on it. Deftones is essential. So yeah, I don't think the lenses are the issue. It's definitely the weight for the Oculus. When you're wearing an Oculus headset for 3 hours or longer, it gets excessive, and then when you take it off, you can actually feel it. So I do say the Quest 3 in that regards is definitely better, um, just because you can wear it longer, more comfortably. Oh, and Vixen flashbangs I cannot really do unless it's with the sun. The sun kind of does that automatically. So, but for going back to weather and time of day events, the wind and is best to always keep at 600 seconds, 10 minutes. That way it feels normal. If you want a very sudden change, you can do 500 and then just increase the gust and variation, and that way it'll be quick, but it won't be instantaneous. So we're gonna do. Oh, and then this is transition weather. We'll actually build another one, but you see this is our new preset and all the original ones that Boundless Dynamics gave us. We'll go to time. There's change time with seconds, and then change time immediate. Don't use this one. This is the one that Vixen wants to use if he wants to flashbang people. So you'd be like time change 0, and then if you wanted to flashbang people in VTOL VR, you do another one, and you would set it for noon. And you want to keep these spaced apart by about a second, so you'd probably want to have like a new node, and then and make that 1 second apart, and that's how you would flashbang someone. Um, just so you know, for educational purposes. So, going forward, transition time, set time speed. Um, I don't usually use this. I usually just set it to 1, and what I'll do is I'll just increase the transition time for the time of day. Um, Otherwise, I don't really want to mess with the speed. Just having everything set at 1 is fine. So, transition seconds, let's see. Oh, that's right. We wanted time of day, so we were starting at, what was it? 5:45. And we want it to be at sunset, which is going to be 6:13. That looks like a nice little sunset. You know what? We can do that. We'll do a little bit weird. And 6:13 is going to be 18:13. It does it in 24-hour time clock difference. 18:13. Let's say you said 6 and you forgot to colon and you put 13. It takes it to 23:59. Let's say you did 18:13. Still forgot to colon. 23:59. So that colon is going to be needed. And then transition time. I want to keep this mission under an hour and a half. So what I'm going to do, let's see, pull up my handy dandy calculator here. An hour and a half, 90 minutes is 5,400 seconds. Let's divide that by, shall we say, 2 days? So that's 2,700 seconds. And I want 10 minutes of night, so 2,100 seconds. 2,100 seconds, excellent. And this is going to be day 1, night 1, day 2, night 2. And for this one, transition time. And what's really nice is that we can just go back to, we'll say 6. Actually, we can just hit 6, and it'll be 6 o'clock there. Be really nice. And then we say we only wanted 10 minutes of night for this guy. Night always seems to last longer anyway. That's pretty long. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright. Transition time. And then this one's going to be 6. Actually, we'll have it be 12 o'clock. And we'll do it just a little over. 2100, and we want this guy to be 1813 as well. And so what's going to happen in this is that, oh, I gotta put these appropriately. So 2100, and then this is going to be 2700. Why do I feel like I'm missing something? Oh, I think I am. Hang on. Maybe I'm not. Alright, so it's just 30, 3600. Alright, double check myself real quickly. Yeah. Alright. So, when the day starts, it'll start in the morning, and then instantly it'll say, oh, I need to change my time of day to 6:13 p.m. or 18:13. And what it's going to do is it's going to take 2,100 seconds to do that, to hit this exact time. Time of day will then, at 2,100, will then switch and be like, oh, I need to go to 6 a.m. And it can't go backwards, so what it does is it goes forward, and it's going to rise the moon, and then it's going to set it, and then it'll be like a whole day transition. But it's only going to take 600 or 10 minutes for that. Then the second one comes up, 2700, 1813, and we just bring it back around again. We're not going to worry about server end times. We'll just have it end on that, and then we'll do a new group, weather events. Let us, oh, I need to actually, I'm sorry, preview time, there we go. Again, we usually start down here. So let's do some quick math. So we've got what? It was 5,400 seconds. And I want, we'll say 5,400, and we can only go by, so I need 9 weather changes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We don't need, we'll do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll just build a couple of them really quickly. Shouldn't be too hard. So now what we do, we want to kind of hit on the ground, and you want to be in the area where you're going to kind of start first. Okay, not too high though. Everything's set, excellent. And now we're going to go to our weather presets. This is where it's going to get tough. Oh, actually, in fact, what I'm going to do for this, so you guys can see it better. Settings, UI, we're going to drop the spec down to 8. Alrighty. So as you can see right up here, this is what we're looking at in the top right corner, where it says like center of the map, 5 kilometers. We're looking at these clouds. This is what it's going to tell us, or what the entire world's going to look like. Although you can't see the rest of it, as you turn, the rest of the clouds are actually going to simulate the same that's around it. And although you can't see them over here, they will also continue on as you speed up and get closer to them. So I want to start, we're going to have it be low, 2,500, and we'll have it be pretty cloudy. Excellent. We'll have some rain. Probably no thunder on this one, just some light rain. And we'll call this one light rain. And 2,100, excellent. Let's do another one. Ooh, what should we call this one? Let's say broken. Oh, broken. Rain retreating. Storm breaking. There we go. So now I want it 4,000, excellent. However, oh, there we go, there's that vision. Cloudiness, excellent. Macro cloudiness, kind of the same. Actually, here, let's see what I can do here. There we go, we want some holes in it. So as you can see, instead of having the cloudiness be all the way at the full, we bring it down a little bit and we can get holes and still get big poofy clouds. And the density is what's going to change the, grayness Is it a big white fluffy cloud? Is it a dark gray storm cloud? You know, all that. I'll check the chat real quickly. If you spam the time 0 and 12, you might see some people. You may. You may. Let's not do that for health and safety reasons. And check out Prison XR. Possibly. I'll double check. Oh, Prism XR. Uh, I'll double check them. I usually don't use too many externals. I'll just try to use what's built into my PC and built into like first-party apps that I use. Like I'll use whatever's built into Discord or YouTube. Try not to use second or third party, but I'm getting used to that. So, oh, okay. So, and then let's get back to this guy. We've got our weather. It's a little bit broken, but we need a little bit more clouds, don't we? A tiny bit. There we go. Cloud density, and then just a tiny bit of rain. Tiny bit of rain. Alright, now we can see the rain there. And it'll be much easier to see the rain when you're actually in the game. However, again, you have to be under the cloud that's raining. So, no lightning chances on this guy. We were at 2,500 before. Let's increase that to 3,500. Excellent. Broken to scattered. We want to have this one at 4,000. Definitely want some light clouds, but I want them to be fluffy. Nice big fluffy clouds. There we go. Just under half. Let's actually make it point. Oh, that's too much. Better. And then now, what we can do to put some extra depth into it. Oh yeah, look at that. That's a perfect fluffy cloud. Love it. We're going to add the 2D effect of the cirrus at the top, and stratocumulus usually is around, I think it's 6 or 7,000. Excellent. Just tiny little bits, not too much. I know it says it's like 73, but then you can go all the way up to 2.0 and it just kind of blankets it out on both of them. So usually if you want it to look as real as possible and you're not in a storm, don't go over 1 for either cirrus or stratocumulus is what I would recommend. Clouds are going to get higher, so the stratus wasn't going to be there, and I really want wispy cirrus. So when you're going to come through the clouds, you're going to see them. There's still going to be a couple extra clouds up there. Give you something extra, I feel. Excellent. We'll save that guy. And on these, let's actually go back and we'll add a thick layer of strato and a tiny layer of cirrus. And this light rain, even smaller, but a stronger strato. There we go. And you will have to save every single time. It'll ask you, let's try this real quickly. We'll do few. So let's say I wanted to change some stuff, and I just wanted to go out. It'll say, hey, current presets are unsaved. Do you want to discard? Be like, no, no, no. Hit cancel. Always save. Always save. So now we're at 4,000. Let's go up to 6,000. There we go. Now you can get some real good vision on those fleets. Macro cloudiness, a little bit more cloud density, but I don't want the clouds to be. There we go. Let's try, what if we bring cloudiness down, or macro cloudiness, and we bring the actual cloudiness up? It's more like a blanket effect than pockets. It's good for storms. Good for realism when you're going in between the systems as well. Oh, no. See, I almost did it. But I really just want Toy Story clouds. So let's bring the cloudiness down, macro up. Again, try not to be perfectionist like me. You just want to have something that looks real. Feels real, that when you fly through it, you know, you're like, I'm flying through the air. Something that makes you forget that you're actually on the ground. That's what we're going for. And here, I think, yeah, 6,000. This is where the stratocumulus is starting to come in to the others. But that may actually help a little bit. A tiny bit. Alright, we'll keep that there. Excellent. And then sea fog. Alright. Cloud density, not too dense. We do want to have a haze. Let's do cloud density. So maybe cloudiness will be better on this one because we need a blanket effect for fog. Certain bits are open. Density is a little too much for fog. We still need them to be able to shoot at their targets. Go. Not too bad, but enough to be an annoyance. And both the carriers are out of the fog, correct? Yeah. So enough fog to be just a little bit of annoyance. But as you can see, I like the white, the cloud plane being as low as possible. Again, it's just using. See, and then if I do that, looks like it only goes up to the top of the cloud layer. Alright, but we've got the regular fog, so we shouldn't need this guy. We'll keep him there just for fun, though. And excellent, so now that we've got all those weather programmed in, didn't take too long. See, that was not too bad. System, weather, and it's starting. There we go, and we'll have everything just kind of go upwards. So sea fog to the light rain to the few. Excellent, and now We said it was 5,400, and then we'll divide by 5, 1,080. Oh, can I do that? And so everyone also knows 600 is the limit for weather as well. This one is 2160, 3140. What is it? 4320. Excellent. So it'll take around 10 minutes to go through and actually switch on over to them. And then you guys will have approximately just over 5 minutes, around 6 to 7 minutes of that weather in effect before it starts transitioning over to the next one. It'll go from sea fog to light rain, and the cloud layers will just kind of lift itself up. So in this, we'll have the sea fog has warm air coming over, or cold air, whichever you want. Cold air coming over warm water, or warm air coming over cold water. Evaporation slash condensation effect. As the moisture rises, we'll have rain. As it gets too heavy, or it starts dropping its rain, breaks up, and becomes nice little fluffy white clouds. Um, should be nice and smooth with the time, and then the storm will kind of break up as it goes on, um, until the mission ends. Other than that, we've got our weather events, our time of day events, enemy events, trigger events, sequence events. We're double checking on them all. All the ships, excellent. Total number of units are at 108, so we're just over 100 units in total, no problem. That's not too bad, honestly. I've hit 2 to 300 sometimes. Excellent. We have no pass. Waypoints are all set. Allied, enemy, center, and center 5K. Objectives, destroy air targets 1 and 2, and then destroy the enemy navy. Destroy the allied navy for Team B. However, there are no players on Team B, just NPCs. Bases, we don't have any of those at this time. Static objects, we're not going to place any. Excellent. Let's save really quickly, and we'll go through scenario info. Alright, so we got 500,000, 8/7/2024, VTOL's birthday, excellent. We're not going to have any wind, no wind speed, no variation or gust. Weather starting type is going to be clear, excellent. We can start it foggy with theirs, however their fog is a lot denser than mine. But it would make it look so it's would give you guys cover initially, and that fog is going to lift immediately. We'll try that. We'll try starting out with foggy weather, and then the instant the game starts, it'll start lifting that heavy fog into a light fog. Should give you guys some time to get up in the air without getting shot. Alright. Custom battle, optional, infinite ammo is deselected. I'll have to go back to a couple of those briefings and fix that. And then the next thing, all I have to do is go back and we'll have to actually grab these briefings and add 2 people to them. Excellent. I don't know why that was bugging me, but it was. Little thing, mini map here. You can use this however you see fit. Sometimes it works very well, sometimes not too much. most of the time I keep it in the small one, but if you're just trying to look at an overhead view of all your units after you've placed them to see like, hey, is this how I wanted them to be, or hey, I want them to look a certain way, maybe you wanted to draw something or something, I don't know. You can use the mini map if you're trying to find, let's say you're very, very far from wherever you were initially, like you're over here on this square over here and like all your lands over here. All you would have to do is either use the map or you can just recenter. Takes you right back to it. So I do use the map feature, mini map, just not as much as I probably should. Alright, tools, measuring is all set, launch, we're all good. We're not going to test it today. Upload, we're not going to upload it just yet. We've got a couple other things to do. We still don't have any global values, just like I said, for this basic one, we don't need them. Settings all set down to standard. Excellent. Save this guy one more time. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab the other briefings real quickly. We'll go to, I believe, the airline mission has them. Some coffee while it loads. Smiley face carrier group versus frowny face. I may switch them around to do that. That's a good idea. We'll see how this one plays out first. But I do think the ships and the smiley, the actual faces facing each other, the mouth portion would probably be a better impact point, and then we can keep the other carrier groups away. I like that. Alright, so now, oh, we don't need to actually go to this one, we just need to hit edit. No, we're not looking on that one. We're going to this one first. Copy, Control C. We're going to go back. We're going to open, so we don't have to drop back out of it. Open Ocean Battle. Open it. Go to the briefing. Boom. This one is only supposed to be 90 minutes. Oh, 90 hours. Whew. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Oh, and this is actually at DartVR. There we go. And then we'll save that guy. We'll open it. Go back to the airlines. Excellent. We're back on airlines now. Oh, not separate briefings. There we go. I'm gonna copy this guy over. Open. Go to Ocean Battle. Edit. Oh, Control I. Much easier, much quicker. Excellent. And now, guess what we get to do? Guess what we get to do? We get to add 2 new people to it. So I have 2 people. Brainy Catman with number 7. Oh, I gotta do it the exact way. There we go. Dirk Bob. There you go. Got you on it, and I got you on the actual system. There we go. Haha. And I'll start putting the next people here. We'll probably do... Well, I may not be able to. Um, However, what I am trying to do next is I'm going to try to also place every supporter at the front in the YouTubes on a little scene. It gives me the option for, beginning and end scenes. So I'm hoping to put those in. That way, anyone who does support me on the coffee channel and get me, coffee, donating, helping to make sure that I can do this or keep my aviation dreams going, like you're going to be on every briefing, and then you're also going to be hopefully soon on the YouTubes. And if I can get them on any of the previous videos, I'll get that as well. I've got a couple things going on this week that's going to take my attention away from VTOL. However, I am still designing maps on paper and pen, just kind of writing down ideas, and we'll see what happens when I get back. Um, as of right now, we have fully completed this mission build for this small basic naval map. It has taken around 4 hours, 3 hours and 56 minutes. Welcome in, Brainy Cat. Hey! Yep, welcome back, Dirk Bob. That was you. Um, we've spent around 4 hours today building a basic naval map, just under, or sorry, correction, just over 100 units, just under 110. Um, no, you unfortunately won't be able to, Dirk. I'm sorry. Um, but this will be updated today. Um, the weather events and time of day events are going to be on this guy. This should be fully playable, so anyone who wants to get in on this mission while I'm gone and practice it, go ahead. What we're actually going to do right now with everyone, since they're both still here, let's get these guys. Control C. There we go. And this is what happens when I get donations. I'm going to go through and we're going to load up every single one. Bloop. And we're going to add you guys in before we end this server, or before we end the live stream today. Excellent. And then I do know for the other two people, there are people who have not been added to the oil rig landing or the max wind hover challenge. Those will be coming up shortly. I just have not gotten to them just yet. So they will be here hopefully soon, by later tonight with that update. I just haven't gotten to those videos just yet. And then we're going to open up. We'll probably stop at DartVR Airlines, and we'll end the server at 4 hours, or sorry, we'll end the live at 4 hours. That way it's not too big of a file. Don't worry, Dirk Bob. I'll do something so hopefully you guys can still hear me if I ever have to leave going forward. I'll think of something while I'm gone. So, but if you guys want to play, absolutely go ahead and play. I'll do the upload on the stream real quickly. Just gotta get this stuff to load. Open. Alright, and we'll just do this last one before we do a final upload. Excellent. Alright. Now, for Dirk Bob and Brainy Cat, you haven't been added to the briefing currently at DartVR Airlines. or anything from missions 2 through 10. Mission 1 is the Akaton map made by Boundless Dynamics, so I don't really touch that too much. However, you guys will be added later tonight. At this point, we're going to upload it to the Steam Workshop so you guys can have it. New mission, Naval Battle. Open Ocean Naval Battle. Why isn't it? There we go. And we'll say built on live YouTube. And then we'll upload it for public. And that's it. That's how we build a mission and upload it. Alrighty, let's go back to our main menu. And we're here at our main menu again. Thank you everyone for joining in. Dirk Bob, Brainy Cat, Dark Sentinel, and Vixen. Thank you all. I hope that I can be on a little bit sooner than the 16th. However, I did want to let you guys know that on the 16th, it is going to be a little bit of a different mission where we're going to I'm going to run every single mission until green flares. However, I may not be ATC, so you guys will have a little bit more freedom in those missions where I'm not ATC. I'll just be holding it open for you guys for that lobby, and the headset will be connected, so hopefully we can do longer than 6 hours. We'll double check, but thank you all for coming in today. Don't forget, if you found this really helpful, like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and of course, if you want me to keep building these missions as best as I can, donate coffee, because I go through it. We've already gone through 3 cups in this one stream, so it is quite literally a necessity. Thank you everyone for joining. I'll talk to you all later, and I'll see you in the Discord. Again, check the YouTube channel for the Discord link, and you can talk to me there whenever I'm not live or not on VTOL hosting servers. Thanks everyone. Have a great day.